and see that these both light up, refresh, there's a something, and that one's working too. All right. All right, so now we are working on YouTube, Twitch, Kick on NightVsKnight, and YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Look at what AI can do. And now that I fixed that, I've noticed on this multi-monitor setup that, and I know that on this version, I squished these down really low. I can get rid of this checklist. I've moved these somewhere else. So I'll just close you and close you. There is a sometimes a bug on. I can close you. I have a button for that. I'll just memorize that I've got that there, so I don't need that. And can I shrink you any? You're already the minimum height. So I wanted to try to move starting soon and be right back into global. Will that? I guess it would be in global and the text also in global. So things are going to go black here. I can go into studio mode and do this where I come into, I think I'll double up here a little bit. If I copy you into global and paste and dock you, and then I think it was on MacBook, and then I copy you and paste goals, and I want to put checklist above, and then I can delete you from there. I don't need those texts, and I want to copy you to global, and I'll rescale you and copy you to global. The text should always be on top. The be right backs. Here I can do this too on. I need to set the frames real quick too. I'll grab this ID from YouTube. And I'll paste you in frames and refresh and just go. And this is today's, if I were to text. I'll put that in there. It shows up in this one. You can see that showed up. And then on Twitch, similar. That was the real people only, please. That's that one. And then Kick. That's this one. Now this is only NightVsKnight chat. I don't have look at what AI can do chat up and running yet. And this is kind of a stretch to be calling this AI-worthy content, but I hope to get into it. And I haven't set the titles yet. Also, let's set the title. So we're scattered here. Me, I'm scattered. I'm working on global. That means I can hide and delete. I can delete this text theoretically. So remove from Office, right? Remove from Office, right? remove you. I got some back begin ends media stuff. I think that and let me delete these. Delete you. Delete you. And on the MacBook, texts remove. Starting soon. Remove. This is gonna break my Stream Deck automation. And probably get rid of these two there. The redacted should be global. I think I already put that. No, I didn't. So redacted should be global. Copy into global. You're going to be below the checklist. I don't think I ever really need to redact the checklist. Be right back. Starting soon. We'll always overlay the redacted. And now playing label. There I've got, it would have multiple global layers. Right, I have a global never redact and then a global redact. But I think I can get rid of you and you and you. The webcam groups, I maybe could make those global too. This could simplify a lot of stuff. The It's not none of this is a problem. This is just the reality of how it's of wanting to automate this stuff. So it's all scripty-ish. I've turned off the webcam rotation because I'm seeing that the Python script is hanging for like 10, 15 seconds every 30 seconds. So I need to improve that. I haven't changed the titles. I haven't actually done the checklist. We're technically still in starting soon mode. So what I'm seeing here on starting soon is, right, that's the difference because we're global versus that. All right, starting soon global. I could even put my microphone maybe in global instead of having individual mic captures in each of them. The starting soon, the orientation of it, it doesn't need to be like there. It needs to be more like that. Except it's going to bleed through underneath. So I could increase you on the top. And I could also put a black background on, kind of add some envelopes to this. I can just say screw it since this is let me move this to the screen. It's kind of hurting my neck. I'm going to drag this out and bring it over here, and it should automate that. And this is part of the test. I see the program didn't scale. Let me come out of studio mode. Okay. This is definitely messing up my automation. If I go to global, you can see that, but you can't see my microphone. So that tells me should I move my microphone into global? Is the thing, am I always going to be talking, even on starting? Starting soon is not necessarily a scene anymore. Is it starting soon? I'm wondering if starting soon is really even a scene anymore. where if I got this automated, I can just turn on the visibility of starting soon inside global. And let me try adding the microphone. To global. What could possibly go wrong here? Okay, we're not in studio mode, so I'm gonna drop here in a second. All right, so I'm in the editing the global one. I turned off the starting soon. Is everything global? No, everything's not global. I'm definitely capturing the left and the right. These three monitors. Yeah, it looks shitty. I know. I know it looks shitty because that global is that needs to be underneath. Global is on top. Global's on top. My dirty mind. And then that causes, because global's on top, that causes that. But how to move global to a different layer? I don't want to do that. Then you can do multiple globals. I got to kind of think through how I want to layer these so that I could have a global notes. That would exclude cameras and a global playlist and a global redact. How would I? And that's hiding those two screens. I can definitely fix this by kind of tweaking you up. And coming back to you. That gives me that blank space. And then if I come into studio mode and go back to global, then I can move them down. But the problem is that that's problem one, I can't see that very well. In the final output, I could zoom in on the preview mode, but I want to see it on the final mode, on the program mode. And then that come out of studio mode. And that gives me the black bar there. How to do, think about how to do that. Let me close this. This is what I was, the OBS log output for trying to debug why the rotations are hourglassing. I get that little rainbow pinwheel every 30 seconds or something for about 10 seconds. It's kind of annoying. I think it still streams fine when it does that, but all right. I think I know how to do these globals. That's that. These look okay now. But now this one would look not like you can really even see those tiny little frames. They're really just kind of there for proximity. If I move my mouse, then, and this is me manually moving to that. Normally that would only be when I've moved the mouse over to that screen, and in which case I'm working over there, and that's what I want to spotlight. It's gotta be some sort of natural way to make this flow a little better. I am still technically in checklist mode, which I'm going to do on this bigger screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to drag you here. And yeah, we can dock. Yep. And we move you here. And I've moved this out so that I can edit it and really, in the end, kind of do a, it's also under source control now, so that I can do like a get discard and just reset. Or if I'm actually working on goals, I can commit those goals. Let me turn off, let me do this checklist stuff here. Make sure that we've got stuff going here. So this, theoretically, this should update on the screen within 300 milliseconds. If I have to save, I have to save to do that. Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. It lets me put this in. It's not dynamic. My headset battery, I'm trying this 2.4 gigahertz again. This part, an audio test. I was hearing a lot of I could hear the digitizing of the S and the white noise on I don't know if it's the compressor or the noise reduction or something, but when I sort of use lots of S's, I could hear the digitized aliasing in the audio. It was really low resolution. So I'm trying this again in 2.4 mode to see how it sounds. If it's really a better sound. I've got the other headset off on the side here for me to use as a backup in case this one flakes out. Setting titles and descriptions. We're technically still in stream starting mode, and I hesitate to. I need to remove that from. Does global take care of making sure OBS kind of makes sure that that's not in there? If it's in global, I can talk in global. And it's kind of merging, making sure that there's no merge conflict or it doesn't duplicate up. Theoretically, I could delete you from here and I can always bring it back. So I'm going to remove you and it should be in global. So it's still there. And I come in here and I delete you. And you're still there, and I delete you. And then I've got these other audio captures. If they're global, then I could exclude global from starting soon, seeing if I want to come back to that. But let's copy you, put you in global. I got a theory that it's good to have you on the bottom. I don't remember which one I was in, but it doesn't really matter because I'm going to delete them all. That was the music capture app. This is the TTS capture. I'm going to put you in global. And then I'll remove you three from here because you're in global. Right? And you from global. And then I can just kind of turn on and off global. I might move the webcams into global, and I've already automated, and I might move the muted. Text muted doesn't need to be there. I'm not muted. I could move that muted into global. Paste reference. You're gonna be on top of things, but over the cameras, I could remove you. My automation is broken at the moment. Some of the things I'm doing right now are breaking automation. And we'll see there's a countdown timer that could go global. Those webcams could go global. Really, it now just becomes the MacBook is the only thing that's really going. I'm trying to remember what this
Hashtag be right back break.
be right back media is. MacBook group displays connected. Right, I show this group. It's not global. It's only shown when I have multiple displays. When I don't have multiple displays, this hides. Can I move this concept to global? Probably. I haven't turned on my OBSBot camera. Did this pop down? Weird. No, that was me. I did that. Right, that frees up this one. Hold on. I just noticed something while I noticed that the wet OBSBot's not on because I haven't done the starting checklist. This thing is booting. All right, it's got me now. It's 12:50. And my mic just disconnected. At least it beeps and tells me when it disconnected. And hopefully you can't hear me chewing. Maybe a little bit. The titles are off. I know it. I should finish setting them. I thought about multi-monitor, Final Cut Pro, transition. Probably not gonna do any frame stuff. Frames is it's doing its job. I haven't needed to push its feature set at the moment, so nothing for that. So multi-monitor. That's what I'm doing right now. The multi-monitor stream tweaks. That's a mouthful for sure. Um, but that's kind of what I'm doing. 140 on Twitch, you can do. And that. And then I might as well drag it to this other screen here, profiles, you on this screen. I can put them side by side since I'm on this wide monitor. I can put them side by side this way. I probably have enough real estate to stick them like this. And then you are gonna be, oh, look, you can't edit. Like this is YouTube, and do you not know how to write reactive or declarative? But um, if there's the edit button. Like, come on, fix it. Seriously? So whatever. Here's the edit button. Stick you as the title. Um, yeah, we'll get rid of the live stream because it's redundant at the moment to say it's that. Um, this one, Twitch, I need to look at the creator dashboard, and I should be streaming, right? Yeah, I'm live. Manage my stream. There's a stream manager. Okay. Save and then kick. All right. Titles are updated. Don't know why you lost me. I haven't fixed it yet. There's so many moving parts here. Um, and I got a big empty blank space there that I usually would dock OBS and or the notes there. Um, and I plan to put both frames there when I can run frames profile 1, frames profile 2. Um, I'll get there. Uh, this, I can't do everything at once. I only have one of me. I wish I had tech support. But just trying to do what I can do. Tap in, got you. Yeah, homie, I'll check your video stream. You are new kick, yet not affiliated. Go away. I'll ban you and mute you. Um, tap in, got you. Um, for life. Okay, W Dill. If you're a human, thanks. If you're a bot, um, GF. Anyone here in the chat room? Nope. Anything here? Usually, I'm surprised that I'm not. I'm not really surprised. That docks these. So that, okay. Um, I'm not really surprised. I think Kick and Twitch just kind of let the I can't edit this. No. Ban. And can I mute? I think it just, yeah, message deleted ban. And then you. All right, so I've done the titles. I can minimize you and you. the show it on the screen right here is where I'm now keeping, and it's public. I don't really have any reason to not have it public. Um, this is where I have a local clone of this on my hard drive, and you can see it in the browser right here. And that's what I would dock this over here. And join you to that. That works fine. So that would be where I edit the dock. It's a bit large. The plan would be for me to put in another frames chat. I only really need, I don't need both, but I like to see the preview because uh, intrigued by the preview um, not showing up correctly in Exceldro's Markdown, OBS Markdown plugin. So that's why I want to see what it's supposed to look like and then compare that to what I see on the actual screen. I'd also be putting OBS itself on the MacBook, but right now I'm showing it here on this guy. Um, yeah, that's distro AV. Yeah, this is what I kind of work out of a lot, um, but I won't be getting into that. There's an alpha code. This is my camera that I wanted to automate with my watch. Um, Chrome plugin I created. This is more distro AV stuff. This is my personal website. I am all over the place. I'm everywhere and yet nowhere. Amazing. I was cleaning out you because you are in each, and I was still working on titles. That's the text to speech remove. And do you and text capture remove. And I'm wondering if I'm going to regret this doing this, but we'll see. I think that the screen captures there's just a transform difference, and I've already automated some transforms with Advanced Scene Switcher, so I really could put these all in Advanced Scene Switcher and just manipulate the transforms. I think I'd lose kind of the animations, which I kind of like. If I do this and then come over here, there's even an animation when I do it this way, so it animates those out. So I like those animations. They add a nice flow so that you can visually see where things are going. I don't like that black border just below the checklist. And speaking of which, I still got the checklist. I'm still working on the checklist. I don't know if I'm going to like it over there. Um, I'm that doc. Um, when I'm actively working on editing this for a prolonged period of time, I may drag it back in here. But the thought is usually these notes and checklist would be very, very off to the side, literally, and I don't have to like look this way. I can pivot and I can work this way. There's no problem. Um, but I'm trying to focus over here and I'm trying to get things going. So I did set the titles. And this is almost irrelevant nowadays, the Stream Deck NvK behind the scenes, but it's a checklist. Set the microphone to what I have. I expect that it's becoming second nature to me already. I've got some muscle memory and I've simplified the setup. that now I only have to change in OBS which microphone I'm using, and everything else takes care of it. It's almost it's a variable upon itself. Um, and then the starting on, which I did, which technically should be on, which I'm moving it to global, and now that's messed up my automation. If I come into starting soon, um, if I reset the transform, uh, why is this popping? I closed script log. Weird. The script log popped up. You didn't see that because I had the starting soon showing, and I'm in global. Um, be nice if I could edit. Hmm. In order to turn on and off starting soon, I have to go into studio mode and then turn it on or off, which is doable. So here, what I normally should do is go into studio mode, no matter where I am, and then go global, and then turn starting soon on or off. I need to use the studio mode a little more, and especially with this wider screen, I can do that with a little more comfort. Um, so that, and then I'll need to fix the Stream Deck to be able to toggle that on and off, which is really just this guy starting, and this is where I turn on and off the goals. So in the scene global goals and the scene global starting soon and the scene global checklist. But the webcam blur, that's fine. But it doesn't know what. I'm not very too concerned about the webcam blur turning on off. It's more for my family's benefit, not for my personal benefit. I don't really care that that you do or don't see me. It's just that if I do go starting soon and my daughter's in the room or wife's in the room, there's no need to show them. This would work if I moved the source webcam blur enabled. I've got multiple webcams and it lost the name. Webcam laptop, which is what I'm using, blur enabled. And then this is the source visibility. Hide the microphone, and really I just want to really just mute the microphone when I'm starting, stream starting. So on global, I really just want to mute the mic. Is there a way I can on the OBS plug in um, audio mixer, scene transition studio, audio mixer, source visibility? That was a cheap way of doing it. The source toggle mute, or this is where I want to say um, audio capture mic mute. And then this I can get rid of. I do like so this is when we are not, hold on. I think this is, I have a feeling this is backwards, but because that's where I'm showing the goals. and I'm hiding the start. So, but I think when you press the button, it looks fine. So here's the um, goals in the global. Here is the starting in the global. Starting soon. Here is the global checklist. Here is the um, webcam laptop blur. And then this is where I'm going to put in the audio mixer, and I'm going to mic unmute, right? Because this is saying show, and that was the mic, which I remove. And that should theoretically automate starting soon, where my mic should mute. Okay, and that worked. We'll improve it. Now, if I fix the transform on this, um, I get nervous sometimes when I right click inside the, so I'm going to reset and then scale, I'm going to show it, and then scrunch it in from the sides a little bit. So let's say 200 pixels, 204 on that side, 204 on this side. How wide is this? This is um, transform on you of the text check. Yeah, because we came out of starting soon. There should be the same width. So properties, the width is 620, but I shrank you. So I wish it showed the um, it's the transform I want to look at, not that. I want to look at the transform. You have a width of 498. So if I'm doing 2560, I'm actually capturing in 4K here is the thing. And I'm capturing 3840. So 3840, and I could do that math there. 3840 minus 3342, and tell me the width of that 498, which is what it was. And so starting soon needs to be 3342 in width, and I don't want it to, I want it to edge over here, and fill up this. So that tells me I need to come in like, if I center that width, how to do that math, that it's just 4098 divided by 2 is all I need. 249. I was pretty close. So recenter you horizontally. 24, 249. 250 is close enough because this is, don't really care about, there we go. Now this, when I bring it down and to the edge, still off. I would have thought that that width minus that width. I thought I just set the width. Weird. I could swear I just set that to 249. Okay. Oh, because I didn't have it the right height. There we go. Now we go. All right. That's the starting soon on that. I can hide you. We're going through the checklist. The music, I'm not running the music right now. It's not that it's a distraction. I can run the music. I like to do on a normal startup, my procedure on a startup, this is mostly just a note to self, is that I refresh the page and I have to make sure that the settings are correct. It's really silly that I have it this way. I'll merge these two together. I already have a ticket to do that, but those are active. And basically I can just, on the first play, I can say, and I do like, this has got a countdown at the beginning. And I aspire to one day have everything set up and running and reliably starting, and even YouTube, figuring out why YouTubes don't typically start, so that I can just basically kick this music off and everything captures. This will be a test that the global application audio capture is working on this guy.
Now playing
Whoa.
Day in Paradise
There we
by
go.
Pedro Macedo Camacho.
That's loud. That should be playing in my earphone. I think I have my default output to you, and it should be to my this guy.
2, 1,
Yeah.
0.
Now I hear it. And then it's that's coming in on the mic capture. The audio levels aren't working. Automation on the audio levels. Okay. Global audio capture mic. Is the global visible? Is the global visible? The global should be visible. But that should be true if the current scene, it's evaluating true, or that what's causing that to not evaluate true? Only on condition change. Talking, it sees it. That's my microphone, but it's not dropping. It should be dropping down to this level while I'm talking and coming back up. So what about moving to global broke this script? The current scene. So it doesn't matter if I go global or that, it's still going to evaluate true. It's because it is evaluating. I say global and visible. Okay, that worked. I thought I just had that. Okay. Because the mic's only in global. It doesn't make any sense to say it's scene item visibility
That was
of
Day
another
in
scene.
Paradise by Pedro Macedo Camacho. Now playing Guardian by Utho Riley.
Or audio of text to speech. And I need to see if, so that's working. I've got also a restore right here. Oops. It's a weird graphical bug on advanced scene switcher. When I click on this, it sometimes resizes. So this if not audio within that last and the text to speech that. So this is restoring back to 0 and in parallel. Okay, and this is only having effect if the mic is on. Okay, so that should work. All right, that fixed the audio ducking. All right, okay. So the music is part of the checklist here. We'll move you over there. Music's running. And again, this is where I prefer the music start off with that countdown Pedro Camacho. Verify the stream. Launch frames. Frames is working. I already have more spammers. Look at that. I got spammers in Twitch. Is that a sign of success? I doubt it. Profiles, night, Twitch, spammer, block. Unban, but how do I, can I? Ban evader restricted. I think because it's maybe because it's already been restricted, so that's cool. That's fine. That makes sense. No kickies. Yeah, you're another ban. Ban and mute. Oh, hello, Maria Art Shrub. Hello. Maria Art Shrub. You like shrubberies? I think that's frames is launched. We don't have multi-frames yet. I'm not working on that at the moment. But frames 1 is launched. We have updated the YouTube video ID because we have chat. And then starting off. All right, we have now completed the checklist. An hour into the stream. Yes. Yes. Checklist is done an hour into the stream. All right, that means that I can turn off. I would normally do that with this enabled, the starting soon mode, and then the mic would be muted because I'm starting soon, because the goal is to have this done in 10 seconds, not 1 hour, because I'm doing multi-monitor. Things are a little chaotic right now. As always, normal. And then I'll go unmute and boom, we're good. All right. Be right back mode. Be right back. Same thing on Stream Deck. Be right back. All we have to do is set the source visibility of Be Right Back. So I can delete, theoretically delete, and this one, we go to global, Be Right Back, and then we switch you here, delete, global, Be Right Back, and that just hides and shows that. And then if I wanted to say Be Right Back, the automation, advanced scene switcher automation should kick in, and I got Be Right Back. And the mic is still working, so I should mute the mic. I should mute the mic, and I got a transform problem there too. So on advanced scene switcher automation, Be Right Back. That's applying a bunch of blurs, and I want to, when the current scene Be Right Back is visible, then I want to mute audio capture mic, but it didn't mute. Audio mute, audio capture mic. Let's close this and try again. Sometimes on the first round of the Stream Deck, so let's try it again. It's not muting audio capture mic, but it is turning on and off that, which is only one scene. So Be Right Back. We're blurring that camera. We're blurring that camera, and that camera, and that camera. What if I moved you to the tip top? Audio, mute, audio capture mic. I'll just do laptop and mic. I wonder why I still have that laptop in there. I don't even know where it is in my scene collection. So Be Right Back, if scene item visibility is visible, then we mute the mic. If it's not visible, then we'll unmute the mic. Unmute. I'm gonna just audio capture laptop. I'm just changing the toggle, turning it off and back on again, and trying Be Right Back another time. I still don't know why it's not muting the microphone. While I'm in here, let's look at global. I'm gonna fix this transform. Be Right Back is in, I think I might have it. I thought I got rid of it. We can get rid of you. Text muted is not, is this showing muted on, that's this one. No.
That was First Light by Utho Riley. Now playing Journey to Titan by White Bat Audio.
Is it just global? I clearly have a which one is that's starting soon. I had the wrong one selected. Okay, Be Right Back. There we go. Transform, reset. It's going to be similar, where we're going to fix the size, and we're going to bring it in 250 on each side. It's like 498. 250. There we go. 250 on you. There we go. And that. I don't know where the muted text is coming in from. Where's the text muted? Aha, I see you. I deleted text muted. There's a global. Text muted is that one. How is it showing up in the... I don't see a text muted here. I don't see a text muted here. Let me get rid of that. Let's be right back. Begin end. Okay, my laptop. Move you to global. Technically, you could be on top of the checklist. That's true. So I could remove you. My mic is definitely not muted.
That was Journey to Titan. Now playing. Darkness
you.
Awaits.
I don't see text muted. Where is that text muted coming in? Alright, let me exit studio mode. And just jump over here. That muted the mic. That was... Yeah, I hit the wrong... Haha, I hit that closer button. That's kind of dangerous. Now I gotta make sure all my streams are back up and running. Give that a moment. This looks like it's live still. This is live still. You're live still. You're live still. Twitch is live still. Okay. I hit the closer scene. Did not mean to do that. I was looking for the global where it's I saw unmuted in the lower right corner when I was in studio mode. I don't know if that was a bug in it's global here, so I can even be on this, but that's ugly. There's no need for this. There's nothing. There's text starting soon and the starting soon background versus global's starting soon background. And let me pull up here. put you in this order. Again, it's gonna stop the streaming. Is it gonna stop the streaming?
That was Dark
Let's see.
Awaits. Now playing Infection.
If I was in studio mode. If I was in studio mode, it would not have stopped that stream. That means I have to go verify my streams again. Because of it, the annoying part is not that I have to do it because I hit the wrong button. The annoying part is that YouTube doesn't start for some reason. It's getting the stream. I think it's a YouTube problem. And then Kick's gonna say it went offline, but when I refresh, it's not actually offline. Twitch is the one that works 98% of the time. I have seen it not work once. All right. Note to self: don't even touch the closer. Don't even. I was trying to move. I was just moving closer, and I can't do that while not in studio mode. I have to be in studio mode to get that to work. To be even drag that. I was trying to move closer way off to the end so that I don't click it. See here, if I go to studio mode and now click closer and drag it, it's not going to do anything. I can put that here and closer there, and then come back out here and turn off studio mode. All right, so that should. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I do Maria Art Shrub. Maria. But usually only on Fridays. I would like to game more. I'm unemployed, so there's a rub there where if I'm gaming, I'm not looking for a job. There's that kind of, I'm embracing my laziness. So I like to think that I'm busy throughout most of the week learning programming, AI, really things that are relevant to my 27 years of being a software developer. And then game with my org mates on Friday. I am showing the wrong screen. Here we go. And I was trying to get Be Right Back to work, because Be Right Back is right now says it's off. So if I were to do this, Be Right Back, I used the wrong term. Be Right Back was saying that the microphone, Be Right Back being on tells me that it should have turned off the microphone, is what I meant. So I'm going to try Be Right Back again. It clearly is doing that, but it's not muting the mic. How can the combination of Stream Deck, Be Right Back, the only thing this does is it shows or hides global Be Right Back. Okay? So this show hide global Be Right Back. And then the advanced scene switcher automation on Be Right Back. If I could say if it doesn't really matter, but I can say global. If global Be Right Back is visible, then mute the mic. I can probably try to say scene source here, visibility, audio capture mic is hide. I can try that, but I like to see the mic visible as the muted. That's a more of a feedback to me to see that. So let me try resizing this a little bit. I had it like size for, yeah, this is about halfway here. I had it that way for studio mode reasons. I'm gonna hit be right back. This should evaluate true, and I should see the audio mic flash screen. 3, 2, 1. That worked when I set the scene to not the current scene, but the global. Okay, so if the things are global, I have to set global. Current scene does not work if you move something to global, because it's current scene means it only looks at the actual scene items. So that tells me I need to go through and look at anything that says current scene. This is fixed. This is fixed. Now playing show hide global, now playing label. I've already fixed this. Or scene, current scene is closer. That's fine. Muted text. So I need this to be global. And that would be global text muted. If global audio capture mic is visible, then global text muted, else show or hide global text muted. Redacting, if current scene redacted. So that was going to be the next thing. Be right back, looks like it's working. One final test on be right back. Yep, that worked. Now, redact. This is telling me I got to fix if global redacted is visible, then turn on the blurs, else turn off the blurs. And so now I should just be able to come over to Stream Deck, Neo, redact, and set U. I no longer need to do this. I can just do it once on global. Global. Redacted. Delete. Delete. Global. Redacted. Hide. Okay. Close. I've seen it sometimes not apply until I close, and now this is a redacted test, and I don't care about the microphone. I only care about blurring the 3 screens. That looks blurred to me. Enough. And that's unblurred. All right, excellent. All right, we've got those working again. Scenes, I can go office right, office left, MacBook, that's correct. There's the closer way over there. I mean, not way over there. I'm looking at, this is how I have my this is what I normally look at on my Neo, and then if I go into the scenes, I can do that. I might want to put the closures down in the lower right corner. I'll try not to bump it, because when I do that, it definitely stops the stream. I might want another failsafe, but whatever. Going through this list, be right back should be global. Closer end. Display is connected. I've no current scene. I don't believe there's no scene. This is the display left, middle, right, webcam, current scene, laptop webcam. Yeah, this is where I fiddle with the orientation, and if I I haven't auto. I did have these working okay last week, especially after the stream. I really worked on them. But these are only relevant if the rotate sources is working correctly, and this is causing a hang right now, and I don't want to deal with that right now, so I don't even want to deal with the laptop portrait, which the laptop portrait reorientation only matters when I undock from the laptop. Undock the laptop and just walk around wirelessly. All right, those look like they're all working. The topics. I didn't actually update that I was doing multi-stream, multi-monitor tweaks. I don't know if that'll all fit on the screen. And I'll put a dash in there and see what. Yeah, it doesn't really fit on the screen there. If I shrink the font size a little. Controls, studio mode, global, goals. Let's see the checklist font size. Checking here what it is. Its font size is 50, and the goals font size is 10VW. So if I just said 50px, I think it's still the same. It looks the same there. 50px. Its height is 620 by 2160. If I grab that, I don't know which CSS I want to. I think this is the newer one. I was playing with trying to get some fancy CSS to do some stuff, but it's well, it's a different size. So if I were to 620 by 2160, 620 by 2160, 620 by 2160, still looks the same. And then the transform on you, if I copy, transform, copy, transform, paste, those are going to be the same height now. The text looks about the same size. Time is 1 o'clock. Just checking messages. Just checking messages. It's a long. I don't mind the music when I'm playing this music, but it's a little. It's cool background. It's really long. I think the song lengthwise. Yeah, 16 minutes long. So it's the first time around, it gets like 3 parts or something, at least 2 parts, and it just repeats and repeats. And at 16 minutes, it's too long really for a stream. So for some reason, next wasn't working, so I'll go to that.
Future by Utho Riley. Now playing. It Follows by White Bat Audio.
That wasn't capturing the text to speech that I saw. I have text to speech, global text to speech capture of not App Store. It's the right, as I want to do text to speech and then capture that. You kind of got to. I thought about. Ooh, that's. If I come over here, text to speech. It doesn't really have much to do with multi-monitor, except that I moved things to global. So it probably affects things being in global. If I start on the next song, and you'll hear the text to speech, but it's supposed to come up through this level, and then its talking should attenuate the music that you hear, so that you hear the text to speech and the music is attenuated. The catch is that the capture MacBook has its own text to speech in it, but the theory is that it's attenuated enough that you won't hear any echo. So here, it's not.
Frozen Planet.
So it wasn't exciting that. So if I pull up, I start the next one.
Skipped Frozen Planet by White Bat Audio. Now
And
playing.
I'm looking for accessibility.
By Utho Riley.
So it's accessibility that I wanted in here. And I saw it before I had it working. If I do, I can do it another way. So it lost that setting for the text to speech. If I go accessibility text to speech, click the keyboard in the menu bar to hide live speech. With live speech, you can type to speak aloud or directly in app. Not sure what that really means. You can type to speak aloud or directly in applications like FaceTime. Okay. But then the font size, like, okay. Personal voice is a simple and secure way to create a voice that sounds like you. If you can be used in live speech, it can be used with live speech, spoken content, voiceover. Create a personal voice. Curious. Check across devices, allow applications to use your personal voice. Allow applications to use your personal voice to speak aloud through your device's speaker or during calls. Yeah, why not? Let's try this. Create your personal voice. Record yourself. Read 150 phrases aloud, which may take 15 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to do that during a stream. So, I'll do that. I'll play with that later. And hopefully the music's not drowning too much. Their vocal shortcuts. Teach your Mac to recognize the custom phrase you can say to quickly perform an action. Audio is processed on a Mac. That's kind of cool. Voice control. Allows you to use your voice to edit text and interact with your computer. even when you're on calls. I might play with that, but what am I really looking for? I'm really looking for um, the globalization, the keyboard speak. I thought it was under keyboard dictation, text input sources, microphone. This dictation, which that seems to overlap a lot with accessibility. Set that right, the globe key twice.
By Utho Riley. Now playing Existence by White Bat Audio.
Why would it use the Razer Keo? It's really just automatic. What's the automatic mic set to? MacBook Pro microphone built in, but I'm talking on this. It's been captured, so go figure. Stop putting to my headset. I don't know what the Keo, what the Razer Keo has to do with anything about this microphone source dictation. Because it's at the top of the list. It's not even powered on and connected right now, I don't think. I'm looking for the accessibility process to turn on the text-to-speech recording. And that's if I come into voices and I say text. The system speech. It's like speech control, audio captions. Plays background sounds. A lot of stuff's just like not very intuitively written, it seems like. Play stereo audio mono. Background sounds. Play background sounds to mask unwanted environmental noise. These sounds can minimize distractions. The background sound is rain. That'd be weird. That's weird. Just, can you hear that? Yeah. You can choose rain, the volume, turn off the sounds when not in use. Well, system volume, headphone accommodations, customize audio support by adjusting settings through custom audio setup, tune audio for balanced tone. Where was I setting the system text to speech? Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
That was Existence. Now playing Dusk.
Help Apple improve by sharing your recordings. speech. Live speech, system speech language, system voice, system voice. I thought I had set Daniel as, there you go, yeah. Manage voices. Here, I think this is what I wanted, where if I say, where is it even? That's at the top, okay. I'm so blind. United States, 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 states. Australia, United Kingdom,
Hello, my name is Fiona. I
That's
am a
horrible.
Scottish English voice.
That's horrible. I don't know where Daniel is. I'm looking for Daniel.
I have the frog! I have the frog in my throat!
I sure like the aliens I just
Yeah. There's no way to stop it. Sorry. You would think they have a stop. I see no Daniel. Even though Daniel... There it is. Right here.
Hello, my name is Daniel.
So,
I am
with
a British
this,
English voice.
I can pull up while that's playing. And I had it working on... Yeah, I can pull up this. How I had it working was in a terminal where I selected some text.
That was dusk. Now playing. Proletariat.
And I said, I selected some text and I had it read it with Option Escape.
Only one place in the repo pins a specific Qt version. See make lists txt11 calls find package. Qt 6.6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable Qt to 6.2.
Right there.
The rest of the source and docs. README MD, agents MD,
But it's not recording.
etc. Never mention a different Qt minor version. And there are no references to Qt 6.10 anywhere in the tracked files. If you need to raise the requirement, bump the version number in that find package call, and update the docs to match.
Let's try again. Option Escape.
Only one place in the repo pins a
Yeah, there we go.
specific Qt version. See make lists txt11 calls find package. Qt 6.6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable Qt to 6.2.
I should be able to duck
the rest of
that,
the source and
actually.
docs. README MD,
So my
agents
ducking
MD,
ducks it,
headers,
and its ducking
etc.
ducks
Never mention a different Qt minor version, and there are no references to Qt 6.10 anywhere in the tracked files. If you need to raise the requirement, bump the version number in that find package call, and update the docs to match.
Okay. My voice should... My voice should duck it, and it should duck. So I'm going to copy this and say TTS audio duck all other audio. So on mine, I'm gonna save the C9 invisibility and mine, but not the text to speech. Remove. This is just me, and then I'm going to attenuate text to speech. So I'll copy you, and I'll paste you, and I'll change set source volume of TTS to mic ducking level. I can have him lower and not all the way. I can try it as full down and see what difference it makes. Over duration of 0.2 fade. That's fine. Now the TTS doesn't need me. And I could just say if the TTS is talking, it doesn't matter whether I'm talking or not. So I think that would work. So on this, it should now duck.
That was Proletariat. Now playing Blissful Darkness.
Interesting, I didn't capture that. And I need to mic silence returns. Those levels. I don't have anything returning the text to speech level. My mic silence will restore those and those, but the TTS silence, those don't compete with each other. My mic silence will restore TTS to 0 when I'm silent. It's Wednesday early release day for school. Microphone text to speech stuff. At least I'm restoring text to speech, even though I'm not using it. Because it's not getting captured out. I was wondering if I should do variables and set a variable to what the volume level was, and then when I'm done, restore it. It gets a little fancy.
That was Blissful Darkness by White Bat Audio.
See, it's not recording the TTS is not recording. It's back to not seeing it. I saw something about processes. Advanced Scene Switcher can see TTS active. It can look for a process. Accessibility service is running. So it's not like it's going away. But if I highlight you, this may have only been doing it if I play this. Watch, if I do this.
Only one place in the repo pins a specific Qt version. See make lists txt11 calls find package. Qt 6.6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable Qt to 6.2. The rest of the source and docs, readme MD, agents MD, headers, etc. never mention a different Qt minor version, and there are no references to Qt 6.10 anywhere in the tracked files. If you need to raise the requirement, bump the version number in that find package call, and update the
So if I talk, it should lower. But the process is always running.
That was Ember, by Utho Riley. Now playing Creatures from Hyperion, by White Bat Audio.
So I might have been off. Text to speech is when I'm having that text to speech render inside of a window like this.
Only one place in the repo
So that's text to speech.
See make lists txt11 calls find package. Qt 6.6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable.
And that was because of this silence. This is where I'm saying, when I'm silent, it's going to reset both. But if it's bump the version number in that find package call and update the docs to match. Probably doesn't need to be only on conditions change. My mic silence. Remove the TTS. It's going to do the TTS always. And the TTS silence. If not, that's a bug right there. And always. If it's audio level, then it's going to be resetting it back to 0. But if I'm talking, this should be an and, not copy, paste, or not, TTS, microphone, audio capture, mic.
That was Creatures from Hyperion by White Bat Audio.
And I'm talking,
Now playing Our Future by Utho Riley.
Or not. And not. Talking, testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. And it's not doing anything because I'm talking, if not audio and talking. So I'm talking, and then I stop talking. Apparently this is my lunch.
Only one place in the repo pins a specific Qt version. See make lists txt11 calls find package. Qt6 6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable Qt to 6.2. The rest of the source and docs, readme md, agents md, headers, etc. never mention a different Qt minor version, and there are no references to Qt 6.10 anywhere in the tracked files. If you need to raise the requirement, bump the version number in that find package call, and update the docs to match.
So if I talk and then I stop talking, it's not restoring text to speech. Kind of off topic from the, well, I'm still doing multi-monitor stuff. I'm not exactly off topic based on the highlighted item of multi-monitor tweaks. The Thunder Snake is not happening right now, that's for sure. A Thunder Snake. How to do text to speech.
Now playing, taking a stand.
I'm not worried about the music text to speech because my plans of writing my own music player will cover that. The competition between the text to speech and the music playing, the music player will know that it's playing speech and will attenuate so I'm not worried about that. All I'm trying to do is solve the screen reader. So screen reader text to speech. So that's audio capture accessibility, which is not under. Okay, so let's come to global, and we're going to rename you to macOS audio capture accessibility. TTS. Application audio capture, music audio capture. You should just be Chrome Canary. Definitely playing. Maybe you have to be in the foreground for it to know has focus. Yeah. Application audio capture. So notice here that the browser's in the showing in the foreground-ish. It's showing. I can see it here in this drop down. Okay, but it's Google Chrome Canary. But the moment I close this and minimize this, and then bring it back up again, it doesn't see Chrome Canary. It only sees Chrome. So the app has to be
taking a stand. Now playing. Meant to be.
Not minimized. Pretty weird. And if I switch away and then switch back, now it's got that level there for the music player instead of the audio capture MacBook. And this is the thing that once you start capturing, if you start doing individual audio captures, you better handle echo cancellation, because there's going to be a small echo. It's perceptible. You can hear it. You can hear these double da 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 da. Every sound is going to have a slight offset of a double. Not always, but some of the times. So that's why it wasn't capturing. I don't know why the webcam overhead is or isn't showing. This is not being used at the moment because I'm just doing that. The accessibility text to speech. That's this up here, and I do want to get it to.
Only one place in the repo pins a specific Qt version. See make lists txt11.
This should be ducking the audio by itself.
6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum accept.
Mine is canceling it.
The rest of the source and docs, readme MD, agents MD, headers, etc. never mention a different Qt minor version, and there are no references to Qt 6.10 anywhere in the tracked files. If you need to raise the requirement, bump the version number in that find package call, and update the docs to match.
It's above the mic talking threshold, which it's not because it's attenuated. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I think I had it set to... What does this do? It's a variable, so I just go away and back. This is pointless when you're using a variable. The mic talking threshold variable is 28, so if I just drag you to 28, that's good enough. 26 is what it said. This slider is pointless when you're using a variable. The variable is negative 20. Talking threshold is 28. It's using talking threshold, which is 28, so it'd be this one. So if I'm talking, it drops that. And when I'm talking, I want to drop TTS. But when I stop talking, I want to restore TTS. So I'm talking and I drop TTS. We're going to override this to no, it's still the talking threshold. It's the amount that we duck it here that I want to change. I don't want to duck TTS so much. I want to duck it by a less. So testing 1, 2, it's a little less. The text to speech would be a little louder. Text to speech is a little bit louder and allowed to talk. And then if I come over here and I say option escape,
One place in the repo pins
that's me talking, and it's allowed to talk louder, but I'm talking over it. I'm the loudest. TTS is the next loudest, and then that's okay. But when I stop talking,
the rest of the source and docs, README MD, agents MD, headers, etc. never mention a different Qt minor version, and there are no references to Qt 6.10 anywhere in the tracked files. If you need to raise the requirement, bump the version number in that find package call, and update the docs to match.
And that has the music go up. Okay. There was something about if I just had the TTS. I thought the TTS was messing something up. If I'm talking and the TTS stops, then it resets. So I'm going to talk, well, something shorter here. Let's do one sentence. So I'm going to talk here, and then it's going to stop and reset the music here when I'm talking, and it's talking, and I'm talking, and it's talking, and I'm the human. I'm supposed to be talking a little louder than what it's saying, and it's dabba, and I'm just kind of making some noise to make sure that I talk loud enough. I probably picked something that's a little too loud, and when this stops talking in 3 seconds, it's going to reset everything back up in 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, it doesn't. That works actually. Nice. I'm not sure why that's working.
Only one place in the repo pins a specific Qt version. See make lists txt11 calls find package.
I'm not really sure why that's so working.
Components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable Qt to 6.2.
Seems to work. All right. Don't know how efficient that is. So when my mic is talking, then duck the TTS to 12 and the macOS to 28. And it's an always, only on condition change. The TTS is always on condition change. So if the TTS is talking, then duck the screen capture. Mic silence, I'm only going to, I don't restore the music is the problem. How does the music get restored? How does the music get restored? This is me when I'm talking. Set it to that. On mic silence. Both me and that. Okay. But is this necessary? If I stop talking, I'm going to set it to 0. So they're both triggering. I'm going to stop talking. I think I can do the only on conditions change. And I can talk, see if that performs still the same way. And if I talk, it resets.
That was Interdimensional Horrors by White Bat Audio.
It's both of those combined.
Contraband Inbound by Utho Riley.
So restore. This should be renamed to restore all other audio. Restore non I can just say macOS. Rename you to restore TTS.
That was Contraband Inbound. Now playing Our Future.
Backwards we speak Yoda. Restore audio level. Accessibility TTS. To Audio level. Restore. It's gonna be renamed audio level duck. Audio. All right. I guess I get why that works. Um. Hey. What's up, Carissa? Lucky I glanced over at the screen. I'm actually showing the kind of a, yeah, because I moused over there. That's right. Okay, I got the audio. I think the multi-monitor stuff has been nipped in the bud. The TTS, because I moved the TTS over, now this works, I can do that, and basically my voice is not really competing with the TTS, and if I stop talking...
Qt 6.6.2 components widgets web engine widgets required, which sets the minimum acceptable Qt to 6.2.
Yeah, that works. Alright, I think I beat that horse. Notes. I think we're moving on. And how long have I been streaming? Because I stopped a few times, haven't I? Because of me hitting the closer button. I've beat that one, so we're turning this one off. Thunder Schneck. All right. Where are we on this? I did a little bit last night after the stream. So I'm gonna try to treat this a little more streamy, and I'm gonna move you, OBS, off to the side. And dock you. Oh, I can dock you to the side. There we go. Don't need you. I'm sure I'm going to tweak a few more things. I'm going to exit studio mode. That's down there. You can see that. That's in this. If I go over here, then okay, that's that. You can see that. That's fine. There's the work notes. If I come over here or minimize this and minimize this. And yeah, I was in the middle of redacting a couple of things from my stream yesterday. But I can do that afterwards. These are notes to self, which I should reference inside of you. These notes could actually, it is more appropriate for these notes to sit on top of OBS, and I might peek OBS underneath so that I can see that time. OBS is not full height. There we go. Why do you not resize down, up? There we go. I bring you here. Where's that mouse splitter? There we go. At least I can see OBS there. I can get to OBS from the top or bottom. That lets me see the stream time, and I can edit that. This is in the foreground. I think I can go in the background. This is notes to redact something, so I need to basically make a new document. Post-stream stuff. What if I made a new... Let's call it 6. 2.5. I can do 3 follow-up. Post-stream.
That was Legend Has It, by Utho Riley. Now playing Proletariat, by White Bat Audio.
This would be the stream from yesterday. I want to redact sometimes. I will keep that up. And this one we're going to rename you to 4. Rename you to 5. Rename you to 6. There's no real reason for that ordering now that I've got him this way, but there's a little reason. I don't care about notes. The checklist is done. The goals. Split you up, yeah. I don't know why you're showing that. You should be showing that. Is it not? No. Yeah. But it doesn't change. Okay, it does change. Alright. Then I should just do 1 over here. Split right. And bring you up and split you down then. Close you and preview. Close. Now that lets me. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And we can close you. The music needs to stop when I'm editing this. So I'm gonna do that. Stop the music for editing reasons. Okay. Minimize you. Music. I'm kind of making a choice here. Thundersnake video. I am making a choice to, even though I like this footage, I've thought about it. Close here. Delete. It's 2 o'clock. Is she gonna be home in time? Am I gonna have to pick up the kids? Texting my wife here. Oh, they're all busy. They're gonna okay. They got plans. Okay, so no kids. That's right. Um. Put you up. This lets me kind of toggle so I can check the stream. Come on over here. Come on over here. My mouse is over here. That's automating. You can see that. I don't know. That may be as good as it gets. And make sure I can hear this. No, I've got skimming, audio skimming turned off. All right. I am making a choice to be more true to the video. And even though I like this footage, I turn off the it's Shift S. So even though I like this footage, I really like that thrashing. I don't know if I want to tell another story that didn't exist. Nobody cares. I really like that footage. There's a snake down. Do I tell another story than what actually happened? Because it's the battle one, this snake, zoom out a little bit. Battle one took a little longer, and we're get a snake down about right here. One snake goes down, and now I don't know where I show. I think it's right here that. And this is concentrate on firepower on the last remaining snake. So one snake has gone down. There's two snakes. And I've jumped around here. And this is where I think if I remaster this a third time, I might get it. Third time's a charm. And I might get it looking the way I want. And I think I can do it pretty fast because I don't like these transitions. Like, this is meaningless to me. When it's fast, like, especially if I zoom in. Here we are on Dawn Stealer. And then, as frames tick by, frames are ticking by, frames are ticking by, we start our transition. We're on Dawn Stealer. We're transitioning to night. Now you can see night at the top. Now, should I hide night during the transition? I really just want to transition night down. And then it pops right here. Like, here's that. This doesn't make any sense because I've got the night on the left and in the upper right. And then here, I've got Dawn Stealer on the right and on the upper right. I've got Dawn, like, why would I have Dawn Stealer here twice? This makes no sense. And I don't always swipe left to right. Sometimes it spins and all this other stuff. So it doesn't make any sense like this. Like, why would I be showing that and that and that? Were me going to, and now it's popped right there. It just makes no sense. So this is where I want to get AI to help me learn how to write the transition. And I have, back into A mode, a conversation going here about how to do this. And this is where it wasn't helping. And can I get AI to help me write this? Or does it just basically make me realize I need to write it on my own? I think I was talking about something else here. This is a global mask where I wanted to do a apply a global blur to us. Yeah, this was a different thing. Here's picture in picture. What was I doing here? I want to be rotating across. I can just put the other camera up. I don't like this one. Let's put this one should. Spot camera should be showing. There we go. But it's confused because it's on that. If I'm over here, it's the webcam over there. Yep, that's what it is. I need to come over here and turn you on and you off and you off. Don't know why it's not taking the camera. It's just one camera. Can we go globals? I don't know if I'm going to get to editing this this video today. It's there. It's there on both of you and on MacBook, so it's there. Not the overhead. Not you, not you. But if you're global, did it just rotate? No, turn off you. All right. Because this is bugging me the way it was misbehaving last week, and I think with this global idea, it's going to work better and not annoy me like it did last week. Paste reference. See, that works. I don't know why there you are. But I'm going to grab all of you. What do I have? I have the, I need to be in studio mode. Let's go. Global, turn you off, you off. Goals, you. Turning all you off. All right, camera's off. Global camera should be, but that's weird that that's popping up too. Copy. Paste reference. That was the laptop. We're removing you. And then I'm so confused because this is showing office left and I just, so this is the Mac, this is the camera I just removed, the laptop webcam. Why is this popping up? Advanced scene switcher. I've turned off rotate sources. Okay. Oh, something in here turns it back on. Right. I have automation to turn you back on. Something is turning rotate sources back on. And it does function. It was just causing a weird hourglass, but I haven't seen that happen. So that was messing things up. Pixel 7 Pro is in global. OBSBot is in global. Overhead is the last one. Get rid of you. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, this is me playing hashtag be right back. Right. Rename you to speak. I'll send it. Be right back. We can. I'm not doing anything yet. Hashtag be right back break. The thought was that as I go into be right back, I would actually do a hashtag speak so the AI can process it. Be right back return. Be right back break. And those should show up in you and you and you, but you're actually not very important. So I should move you up to the tip top. Begin end, begin end. As the bleed through We can get rid of you. Remove a Pixel 7 Pro because you're global. Remove OBSBot because you're global. Overhead because you're global. Now, on global, studio mode, on global, I like to go in alphabetical order just to keep track of where they are. Right. Countdown timer might eventually be on top. The text muted would be on top. Discord link. And now playing text should be on top. It's labeled, that's the track. The track is empty because we're not playing anything at the moment. Discord link's always there, always on top. If I were to just turn on, just turn on, starting soon, just turn on, redacting. Bam, bam. Laptop. This transform is fine for the I do forget what turns on the rotated sources. Put you here. One of these turns on rotated sources. I gotta kind of remember which one does that. Still back to looking at global. It works for you. And you. It works in both that position, but over here I have to shrink it. So I need to transform you down. So if the mouse is over there, something turns on rotate sources. What turns on rotate sources? It's none of the audio level stuff. That's the now playing. It's not you. It's not the muted text. It's not the redacting. I think it's the displays connected where I turn on. Displays connected. Macro where I do that and I rotate sources on displays connected if number of displays is more than one. But that should only ever really run once, and I was wondering why it was running, why it was enabling that. And that unpause and repause that. So I can run this and it would theoretically, let me make sure in the global that I have, I believe you are positioned correctly. Uh, 2937. If I come over to either of these and I look at the layout, we're 902 from the edge of a 30. I always forget. 38 by 40. So I basically want to be 902 wide, right? I really just want to be 902 wide. And this would also tell me to be 498 wide. Yeah, so 902 wide. So come over here and U transform should be 902-ish wide. You're nowhere near 902 wide. You're 13. But come over there. That's this one. It says it's 902 from the edge. So then, I still don't understand. 902 from the edge. You're like 905 from the edge, so you're going to be right over that edge. That's 904 from the edge on that. How you can say you're 902 pixels from the edge, but yet when I say transform, it says you're 13 wide. Oh, because of the crops. 13300 minus 310. There we go. Thirteen 333 minus 310. That's about, yeah. 1023, it's, you know, it's closer. If I took the crops off, that's still just about right. 2937. So 3840. Always just forget. Yeah, 3840. Minus 2937. 903, that's close enough. All right. That's you. There's this camera too. NDI. I got a weight on the back of it that's causing it to, there we go. The NDI camera should be available. Let's stop when not visible. Start. Should be there. This is the problem with NDI. The overhead. Also it loses this. I don't know why it keeps losing that. You should be on and capturing. I see the light. It's just, there you go. Don't know sometimes why it works. I can delete. So if I delete overhead webcam, let's grab the name. Delete you. And re-add. And add you as the Keo. Now you're in. I don't understand why you don't like that. And we'll bring you down. The laptop is working fine because it's one. The OBSBot is working fine. I'm just going to shrink the edges on you. I crop you in. I have a reason why I don't want to use a preset because of the transforming. But I wanted to look at the transform. I think bringing you 310 in. So on you, if I bring you 310 in, you already have edges on you. What are your edges? You're 310. So are you just the wrong size? Yeah, you're just the wrong size. So let's make you are 14, 13. I can just grab the same transform. Why did it make it so big? Because I don't want you that big. I want you that. Now you transform in there. And then this, the rotate would bring that around. And then you overhead. Excuse me. Paste transform on you, and that should probably just work. Except the transform on you is a little different because when I'm in behind the scenes mode, I'm not really using this other keyboard at all when I'm not gaming. So edit transform is going to be 0 left and 620 on the right. Or some variation of that. And that's because these are over here. That's all the way on the edge. So there's nothing left to see because you're so far off the edge other than me moving the camera that way. And the microphone disconnected again. And that looks a little more vertical anyway. So that's that camera. The rotation, I don't know why the ob spot's not working right now. Sorry, the NDI camera. You if I blank you out and say always play clear, it sees you. Is there a filter on you? Well, you're not showing for one thing. There is a filter, but it's not on. So that would let me rotate around between those cameras with the script, and if I turn on the script, it's like the script is showing the log every time. That's kind of annoying. I don't know what in the script is causing the log to show. The timer, it shouldn't be the rotation duration. If I change this to be 5 seconds, then we can see it cycle faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it seems to simply be not rotating. That's displays connected. Here's rotate sources. Equals 1, but I want to rotate all the sources even and timer duration. Why do I have this? Should be rotating the sources. I put you as a script. It's not rotating. On the scene, because of the scene. It's in global. All right. And the reason why it wasn't running as a, because I have to basically do, right. script, if I come up to you and I look at that's the log. The log is always popping up. Why is it doing that? So let me turn this off so that the log stops popping up. And I had scripts here to do that. And where did I put those? Nope, not you. I thought I had them in OBS. This is where I was playing with them. So if I grab you and make a, maybe it's not stream notes, maybe it should be new folder, scripts. And I think I'd probably put my backup of my configuration in here too. And it's no longer going to be stream notes. I'm going to have to rename you again. But here is the scripts. These are things I was playing with. So copy. I don't think I pushed you up. I might have. I do have a Git, and it tells me I probably did put this on you as OBS. I did push you up, but I haven't pushed you much more. Because it wasn't really working, and the thing that was missing is just an include header. I believe the reason why I could not get it to run as a file is because of an include header. And here I was playing with some changes, and it was just not. It was also kind of a disaster getting that OBS working. Those scripts would go. I was trying to remember where. I don't think I had it on you. I think I had you. I think it was in NightVsKnight. This is the countdown. Browser source, yeah. I mean, that sort of worked. This got moved. Good. Keyboard shortcuts, text glow animation. I might have under you. Nope. Can check my history of. I know where it would be. I just want to see if I had the open tab for it. Warm up till issues days ago. Audio condition, process condition, script. So these are open tabs. Where are all these tabs open? Okay. That's true. It's right in here. It's the scripting. And really it's this. We're basically inline scripts are that. External scripts is missing one custom. That's the custom macro. It was the file based. The file has to have it is mandatory for the scripts to include the OBS runtime by import as OBS. Okay, and I have that. If I pull up you and I look at you, we don't need you right now. How long is this stream going? Almost 3 hours. Yeah, that's fine. Scripts. One of these. Import OBS Python as OBS. This is going to try to load it as that. And I pasted this into Advanced Scene Switcher. So the one that's the read date time. OBS Python, regular expression, date time. Are you that one? I think so. Log level. I think you're this one. Not this one. This one was just a fairly simple one. But these weren't getting loaded. Okay, but if I take this inline script, it's the same code. If I take this script here and I make a new script called advss inline rotate 0.pi. I think this is the one that I have inline, and then I compare this one to that one. It's the same, especially if I go even crazier and say ADV diffu2, you're the same. If I add a blob and diffu, then you have that. So you're the same. Yep, you're the same. Whatever. Yep. Yep. Okay. But if I load you now, advanced scene switcher load you, there's my script. Thank you. We're not inline. We're going to be a file. And I browse to U scripts. It doesn't matter which one because they are the same. It does this weird thing about, do you want to replace it? But now when I go look at the log, OBS, help, log files, current log. Now that I want to look at the log, it's not live, so it's not running. Had boosted the logging. General, log level, log performed actions, default, clear. Now when I turn this on, abort macro, rotate sources. It keeps saying abort macro. Why are you aborting the macro? As opposed to if I say you're inline and it's the same thing, then it loads it. So that's where it's logging and it pops up the log, and I want to basically it's every 5 seconds, should be rotating, but it's popping up the log. I close you, I don't need you. Delete you because you're the same. We will get to a delete. Yep. Bring up chat. So here we'll bring up some AI. Because this was frustrating because it didn't know jack about, this was nuanced enough where it didn't know what to do. So what if I were to say something in the script, like right there, just pause. Something in the script is causing OBS's logs, log viewer, to pop up something in this script is causing OBS's log view to always pop up whenever the script runs. Any idea why? Hello, Christian Live. Answer. This is ChatGPT, so I might have to update my extensions. Yeah, it's got to restart that, restart this, whatever. We'll let that finish. It's in agent mode, and I don't want it to make any changes. I'm just asking it a question at the moment. Because I was writing these in OBS. I was writing in the OBS repository and couldn't get it to load the file, and so I started resorting. It wanted to. I followed the documentation here for the macro, the custom macro, and that was cool. Excuse me, that was cool, and I sort of got it to work, but I couldn't get the stop and start to work. And then I realized that the one above was just kind of the these are atomic operations. These are like individual fire and forgets when you have these inlines, and whether they're inline or file, they can be from a file or directly entered into the pipeline. File is input. It's crucial that the correct file extension is used. Okay, it's a Python, as this will determine the scripting language. It's mandatory the script include this line. Well, I mean, but that is. It was there. I have it right there in the very first line, and that wasn't enough for it to load it from the file. It just keeps saying aborted. The script is aborted. So I'm not sure why. So now I'm resorting to doing this kind of inline, and I could stage the code in this other repository as stream notes. Ignore. Yeah. This one I could discard. Goals. That's fine. We can. No, it's just a rename. A rename. Here is the one about advanced sys inline rotate. It's this one. The README. Yeah, why not? Because that's what I needed to get it to working. Sort of working. And then these are when I was trying to have it be a macro. And it just, they're always running, and I couldn't find a way for it to stop and start. So forget it. I don't need to do that. So I think this is the only one I really care about is this advanced scene switcher inline rotate. I didn't ask you to look at rotate sources. You're getting too smart. I didn't ask you to, I gave you a context and you took it further. Yeah, where is the log warning? I get that how it's convenient and sort of debugging, but the warning. Let's turn you on. You're a warning. Seen, not found. Okay. And because I move things globally, That's where this gets off. But I want it to be only the scene global. So this is trying to find, so I can, will it yeah, let's, any second now. Visual Studio. Minimize, 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 minimize. All right. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I'm not sure I was logging that. Spent 300 milliseconds. Yeah, I'll just delete you. Um, we're here looking at you, and we restarted Visual Studio Code. It's just going to say more extensions need to be restart. Restart extensions. Okay. Bam, bam. So this is trying to find the scene, but because the change that was trying to pull out the, depending on the current scene, go find the webcam source inside the current scene. And now that we're in the current scene, we don't want to do that. We actually want to always look in global. So will AI understand whatever? Um, will AI understand the downstream keyer? That I have these in a downstream keyer group. This code, can I microphone this? I can't. If I went to system settings and looked at accessibility and said like voice input, that's the vocal shortcuts. This is the live speech. Live speech you can type to speak. That's in case you're mute. But I want to do it the other way around, which is keyboard type dictation right there. And that's if I use the global key twice. What about this? Can you hear me here? I don't know if that turned off or not. It didn't take, so let's hold on, close this, come back. When I jump over here, it changes the, yeah. Changes the preview source. Preview seed, excuse me. But I kind of like the warnings. That was kind of, I guess, nice to see. If I turn you on, it doesn't see the scene, and that tells me it's missing. So the scene is missing from the source. And I want to have it understand the downstream keyer. All right, so okay, it could have not been running because of that, because it is failed, but that should still let me have logged the output. I've stashed that. Advanced inline rotate, okay. So I can't speak to it. Keep the logging for now. The script is outputting this log. The current script tries to find the source in the current scene. Things have changed, and the source isn't always in the current scene. It may be in a global downstream keyer scene. How to find and use that source. So it's popping up the log warning, trying to find the source. And that was a good thing. It was a good thing that it was popping up the log because it isn't working. And if I can just get it working, it's basically a debug assert in a way. Copilot's weird. I don't know if I trust Copilot, especially using GPT-5 Mini. Patch applied. I don't know if that's all needed. 1, 2, 3. Global source. Global source set enabled. Is this, I don't know if that's actually going to work, but we'll keep it, and it's already mutated it, so then because of the way it's working, I would then paste it over here, and it should recompile it. And now when I rerun this and clear the log, I can just run. And it did, it worked. All right. If I close you, that was the script warning. Okay. There's a log viewer and a script viewer. That's the script log. Okay. I get it. It's weird that it's not throwing a warning. It's not explaining why. I need to take a bio break. Attempted to add a scene without specifying a canvas using default canvas instead. I guess that's fine. If I clear and rerun this, it's picked the wrong source. If I run you, it's rotating. Run you, it's rotating. Run you. That should be the laptop camera. The laptop camera's dead. Global. Laptop. You're on top. No, you're there. Webcam laptop. It's not disabling them, is the thing. How to follow along at home. Let me turn off the automatic scene, the automatic display change. So now the displays are all manual. So now come back to global on the studio mode. And when I run this, 2, 3, now it's, for some reason, but it's not disabling. I want to set it to the global scene, not a global source. And I'm going to take a bio break and fix that when I get back. So, be right back test. Okay. Um, so the problem with there's a known limitation. It even mentions it if I create a scratch test. Scratch. I already had a scratch, but I'll just do a scratch again. Turn you off, bring you down. There is a action response that you can say the source, visibility, enable, disable. There's this warning right here that says enabling, disabling sources globally, which is what this script just did, cannot be controlled by the OBS UI. You might be looking for C9 visibility. So this is a side effect of that in changing this globally. So if I can target it to global, downstream key or source. So let's add a variable. Let's add a variable for the rotation source. Rotation source fallback. And we're going to call it global. And save. Rotation source fallback. Global. Okay, I've defined an advanced scene switcher variable. Use that source rotation scene fallback. Use that scene as the, don't do global, don't do global sets. Use that scene as the source to search. Use that scene as the scene to search for the source in. Use that scene as the fallback scene to search for the source in. Okay, let's see what Copilot messes up on that. Looking at you. Turned off automatic. So what are you saying on Nvine mainline sources? If not set scene item visibility, if that fails, then get the fallback. Okay. That should work, but it's ugly code. I don't know if I need you. Nope, I don't. So now I can come over here and run the macro again. I gotta copy paste it, right? It'll compile it. And now I run that. And watch the source on OBS here. It should rotate with no warning, no errors. Probably not found including groups. And is that the change? I don't like that it's logging that so much. Not found in scene including groups. Scene not found including groups. Where is the including groups? I don't see you mentioned there, so where are you mentioned in here? But it seems to be working. That was line 172. That's where it's not finding it on you. I just want to return true or false. I really don't want to log it because it's going to do the fallback, and the logging always pops that script up as a warning. So now if I grab you, clear, paste you, recompile, and now I watch you, and run. No warnings, no pop-ups, bam, bam, bam. Okay. Overhead, MacBook, shoulder, NDI, OBSBot. So laptop, OBSBot, it should, laptop LMN in NDI pixel, right? OBSBot, and it's updating the UI. So there we go. These are those. All right, that works. And I suspect if now that the script is working, and I say file, it loads, and now if I say run, I don't understand. That file. I don't know what save's all about. There's this weird thing. Like, why does it say this? Is it like copying to some other folder to run? Clear. And then I run you. It's still not, it doesn't run. It only runs inline. I don't understand why that doesn't work. All right. Bam, 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 bam. That works. using global, downstream key or global. It's just a global scene, and downstream keyer is referencing the global. Is that right? That's right. We can turn these back on. And bam, bam, bam. Close. Let's do the rotate sources every 30 seconds. I can always come in and run it. Manually. It's still counting down. It doesn't change the countdown interruption. I could reset the timer. Hold on. All right. Camera should be rotating every 30 seconds. The transform, I think, is the last thing to work on. And that is when when we change to U, I want to show those and how to make that be on top of the global. I do want to resize when the scene is MacBook. I believe I can do this. Scene, MacBook, multi. If I just change the scene and then whether I do it manually or not, depending on whether it's the mouse or not. Headset disconnected again. That's the third time. So what the MacBook's going to switch the scene name to MacBook. Now whether it does this, where the cursor is there or not, I do want to say scene MacBook Multimon. Scene MacBook. All right, scene MacBook. Scene MacBook. Okay. Right here. If the scene is the MacBook, displays connected. If the scene is MacBook, then, and the displays are connected, then do that. Else, oh no. Else, landscape, portrait. So I should be able to take this landscape portrait and I keep the mouse in the same window. And I set the scene to MacBook. Uh, and I'm in studio mode. Let me set the scene to MacBook. Okay, it's on MacBook now. If I run this, displays connected, I expect to run action webcam laptop landscape. And if I look at global laptop, didn't take. Run macro action webcam laptop landscape. This one. All right. Just turn off the rotation. I'm going to do this one at a time on the, and go back to MacBook. And then studio mode. Hold on. All right, I was looking at the global. Here we go. I want to be able to. That's the off spot. Notice that the laptop is not. Notice that it's black. I don't understand if I remove it, now that I've got this, rename, I think that was the overhead that I removed. Let's do this, remove. Let's re-add video capture device. There should be no laptop. So this is a new laptop camera instance. We get that. And I specifically want to not use a preset because I want to toggle this between portrait and landscape dynamically. So this is 1080. I could theoretically move this down. I think the op spot one, so I could theoretically copy this transform and paste you here, and it should look fine. It looked okay. If I sit back, it looks okay. If I lean forward, then whatever. I don't have the tracking on it. There, that's the center stage. Okay. And if I come back or lean forward a little more, I think it's at the edge if I come over this way. Yeah. Because the way I've squished the boundary is not perfect on center stage. It's close enough. It's not accounting for the crop when it tries to center stage. But that gets this. And so if I run the macro, if I just come over here and I run portrait, global, I want to hide the camera as I'm you can't see this. I could put it over here on you. So that if I don't want current scene, I want to say global. Not the current scene. Yes, the global. Show the laptop. This is where I toggle the laptop. I hide the laptop. Now that it's hidden, I change it to portrait mode. And then I wait 1 second, which I found that I need to wait some time. I can't instantly go to transform. And then I transform it to move it over to the right location, and then I re-enable it. I'll have to do the same thing for landscape, where we say global. The webcam laptop. We set the source of the webcam laptop, set the settings. We wait. Global. This isn't retransforming. If the current scene is MacBook, then we want to set global. That's okay. This works. Webcam, laptop to that. I think that'll work. So this should jump it into portrait mode. Crossing fingers, 3, 2, 1. Yep, there we go. And then 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's the transform I want on MacBook. And then that lets the two, let's see, come over here to MacBook, this one, and that one. Those are correct. Okay. Now, is it automated correctly? On the scene MacBook, if the current scene is MacBook, then display is connected, display is not connected. It's a lot of chaining of commands that I don't think is really necessary, but if I run you, and otherwise, if it's not seen MacBook, that's where it doesn't switch back. And I think there needs to be an else. And I don't want to do that always if you're I want to grab the JSON of if the current scene is that else, it's not showing the else. There we go. Global transform webcam laptop to this tiny little thing here. That's what was missing. Okay. Now if I change over here and run you, oh, I didn't, I'm in studio mode. Office left, right, transition. Now run you, and it fixes it. And that's where I have here I think I know where there was one bug. If I come out of studio mode and jump around, jump up, jump up. That one's not restoring when we exit. So this is, I don't have an else here. If seen MacBook. This one doesn't do anything if, okay, I think I see, I think this will, so if I come over here and run you should fix correctly. Yes. So, and I come over here, you fix correctly. Come over here, there's no else to fire you. So, and that's this scene MacBook. There's no else. If the scene MacBook else, if the scene isn't MacBook, then it doesn't matter what it is. Just run macro landscape. Macro. Run macro. Actions of scene MacBook. Nope, webcam laptop landscape. Do not consider state. Okay. So now if I jump MacBook, fix, yep, and you fix, yep. All right. That's fine. That edge is fine. And you. To you. The 1 second gap could probably be shortened. I'm not actually using you, I don't think, so you're nothing. Who is running? Is anybody running you? Display is connected. Does this all work if I turn you off? If displays is 1, then actually I want portrait. Don't I? I want portrait. Otherwise, landscape. So I don't believe I'm using you. Or you. Let's try this again. Yeah. The delay on you, where I got some sleep in here when I actually do the change. So hide, wait. What if we waited half a second? Try that. How low can you go? 0.1 would be nice. Yeah, see, it doesn't. That's too quick. 0.2. Still too quick. Weird. Point 0.4. It's like go back to 1. I don't think that's making any difference actually. Okay, that makes a difference. But I thought 0.5 worked. Was I just a freak? They're both fixed. White fixed. So that's in if displays connected, then landscape. That was correct. Equals, so this is should be 0. Um, there we go. And then you can come down a little bit. I see on the global, go studio mode, global, the height can come down on the notes. Copy U transform. Paste. All right. I think that I'm exhausted. I'm out of studio mode. I think we're doing okay now. Where I've got these two. I've got no weird border around, no empty space here at the bottom of the notes, which aren't great and I'd like to improve anyway, but, and then if a MacBook, those, and that is transform up. I see now why I had that there. I can get rid of scratch. Right? Scratch was just scratch. Remove scratch. Yep, let's make sure that we're on global before we have it go to the next one. Nope. Wow. Okay, we're good because we're in studio mode. All right, that fixed that. I want to MacBook is showing. I can see that. Okay, global. And we want to enlarge you a little bit. And enlarge you a little bit. Sorry, not enlarge, but okay. We might have to retransform that when we move, but For now, I guess that there's I could put a bleed through. If I go over here, I grab the bleed through, and I put you on global, and I paste a reference and shove you all the way at the bottom, and show you, bam, yeah, it's harsh. Um, it's weird that that's on top of everything. So that's harsh on your eyes. Sorry about that. It's global and there's no real way. I can do this. I can on the bleed through, I can shrink the side so it's not the whole screen. Now I turn on, it's just that spot. And I come up to goals and I want to look at the because there's a gap there is why. If I turn you off, there's that. So it's a Z level on you. I would have thought it would only show in that little black spot, but it's overlaying that whole thing. Because I do have that showing in here as those, which you can't see. Um, don't need you showing. I could move you over. You'd be really hard to see. And there's like a don't know why that is so small on the output, but whatevs. I don't think we need a starting soon anymore. It wasn't doing anything. Um, no, I think it is actually. I think starting soon is a scene. Starting soon background, which won't play until it's visible. So that's correct. That was the background and the text. So we do need that for the moment. MacBook transition. I don't know why it's so small here in this in OBS. If I were to resize OBS, it might. There we go. Bug. And transition you. That's right. What I want to get, what I want to see is the this black part right here. I want bleed through to come in underneath it. see here. And is it a mask thing? If I should that bleed through, it takes over that. Why is these are all in global? What if I moved you and hid you? What if I this is putting a lot of stuff inside global so that global's just now becoming the only thing, which is what I was trying to sort of get away from, but um, I guess it works. If I move you, which one are you? You are right, the right one, I want to be down to right above me. Yeah, that's correct. Right there. And MacBook screen capture left, copy, paste reference. Put the left here. Now I'm going to move you down. The notes are underneath, which is fine. And then I would move the checklist border control down to snap you. It won't snap is the thing. But I don't even really need you to snap to it. Let me just copy this transform, copy, this transform, paste. And then my camera just eclipse it, and I don't even really technically have to hide it, although I probably would for what I want to do. Copy. Man, this is it's really simplifying it. Um, that was return begin. You're really low priority, so you'll be at the top. Remove you. This is getting really small scene here. Remove. Remove. And so this is where this won't make much sense, is because these two already have their left and right captures. But if I transition there, the global's on top, and now all I need to do is just hide. Now when I only want to show it on MacBook. If it's not, then I will hide the globals. And so advanced scene switcher settings on scene MacBook. If not scene MacBook, then hide global source, scene item visibility, global, hide. Left and right. Copy. Paste as else action. Yeah, I copy left, right. But I do want to copy and that's the macro. Which one do I want to see more? The macro. And then paste as action. Paste as action. This would be left. This would be right to show. Okay. So now if I transition to you, you'll show. If I transition to you, you'll hide. Okay, let's turn on our scene automation. And let's see what happens when we move our mouse. Bam. Over here. Come back. Show those. It's not as smooth. It's not very smooth. I'd like to find, and then that needs to come down below the, gotcha. So on global, you need to come down even more. And your checklist, copy, paste, and now that's better. It's a little ugly. Okay, if you come all the way down, global, come all the way down, and then it's just the same all the way down. And then we can transition. When the mouse moves, it does that transition. Could I have the mouse move kick off that automatically? Advanced scene switcher on. Nope. I don't know why you insist on doing that. if we are on the right, program MacBook to do that. I'd like to animate the move transition, the global. Can I? So really, it functions. It's a little ugly. It's really weird. What I have in here is global and global. Those are the same. I could apply the transform. It's a little ugly. I have to think about ways to clean that up. Here you're fine. These two are fine. And then the rotation that I had turned off would actually apply to transform all of those. I would change the variable to 5 so that I can debug it a little faster. Okay. Yeah. But the transform won't apply well when I move to this screen. See, it's enabling that one. I need to apply the transform to all of those. So, whatever transform I think you're useful. And we apply whenever we apply the transform, that's just changing the orientation. So let's give this a use custom label set. Um, That sets it portrait. Otherwise, the transform is fine. So we want to apply that same transform. I think this transform right here, we can apply global copy paste, not laptop, but you paste and paste. And we're going to do NDI Pro 7, obsbot, and overhead. And on landscape, make another macro for webcam transform. And so if we're so what I want to do is grab you, let's transform overhead obsbot NDI laptop. That's the transform. Copy. Paste as the laptop. Paste as the NDI. Paste as the obs bot. Paste as overhead. That's the landscape. Now the portrait. Okay. Mic cut out for the 4th or 5th time. Okay, so if I run this here, what's it gonna do? That was the portrait mode. Yeah, that's the portrait transform, which I don't want any of that. None of those are what I want. So, that's silly. Landscape. If the current scene is MacBook, otherwise we want this. Paste, paste, paste. Laptop, NDI, obspot, overhead, run. Okay, that fixes all of you. Big, that's landscape big. I want to grab you. Okay. Laptop, NDI, obspot, overhead. Now if I set you, you're going to look a little weird for a second. Small. Okay. Bam. And Portrait. Straightforward. It's always portrait. I don't want any of this. Portrait, right. And that, show visible. These are what I remove, remove, remove. The others won't be in rotation. If we're unplugged, the only thing that's going to be visible is the webcam. So the rotate won't make any difference, and it's only going to rotate one item. The landscape is where we hide the camera, set its orientation to landscape, wait, show it. We don't want to show it yet. We don't want to show it until we've transformed it. No, we don't want to show it until we've transformed it. This will be macro transform MacBook run transform MacBook. Otherwise, this will work macro run actions of left, right. That'll work. Okay. Let's see what happens when I'm moving my mouse. Bam. Bam. That's correct. It's every 5 seconds rotation. Yeah, that is up there. Okay, it's a little ugly. There's a tiny weird animation snafu that I'd like to clean up. The rotation could be checked in. Let's grab the latest version from the script. Grab all of you. And paste you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Or you. Or you. Variables can be 30 seconds. I think we're good on the duration. We will stage you. That's just renaming some files. Excuse me. It's going to that rotation running sources index. Yeah, I didn't replace the. I don't like what it did, actually. I don't like what it did. Define the as a constant at the top beside okay. Okay. You're not done yet. Okay. You're done. Maybe. And I don't mind that it gets it dynamically. That's reasonably fine. And then we'll grab this and paste you in the advanced scene switcher. Again, I don't know why I can't get the um, file version of it to run. Okay. You staged three changes, right? Stage file. Let's see what you have to say. Yeah, whatever. Close enough. Da, 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 da. I was hoping I had moved on to the Thunder Snake, but I worked on you a lot. Kind of a little burned out, but kind of maybe okay. I don't know why. Hello. Why you aren't full height. I could probably delete those because they're not really very useful to me. They were learning experiences. I just don't think, yeah, delete. I don't care about these. Delete. This one gets the job done. The what a disaster that script experience was with AI. And that's for later. You can get closed. I can open the goals. Put the checklist at the bottom. Can I dock you down there? It doesn't really checklist at the split down. And goals here where preview pops there. And then goals goes down, split. Split you down. Okay. And then move you back to where I want you to be, which is over here. Nah. Bring you down, bring you forward, bring you up. All right. I think that's a decent setup. That allows me to kind of ignore that for the moment, come out of studio mode so I can see you. You're good. I'll work on that transition. I don't like, and it's really weird how everything's merging towards a single scene. Like there's almost no reason for a downstream keyer anymore because everything's a single scene. The only thing I have here are my 3 screen captures, but I've already got 2 of them in the global. Here, I've already got 2 of them in the global. Here, I don't have the MacBook in the global. So I could just have them in the global and then just set the transform and then have it animate across, transition the transform. And that's probably what I'll end up doing and getting rid of all this because I don't think this is necessary. So it's just so weird that that's all I've got and everything else is global when I already have 2 of these in the global. Um, yeah, so I'll clean that up. Distractions. I was actually trying to edit a video today. And where am I on that? Gonna make a transform. Uh, transform. Transition. Don't think I need you. Don't think I need you. I had a couple of conversations. Hmm. Let me. I pushed you already, I believe. No, I didn't. I never did push you. And that just tells me that this OBS has no remote. Okay. So I can delete you. Gone. Gone. I don't need you. Okay. Everything's in the stream notes. I'm going to rename stream notes to stream. Streaming. Okay. And then close you and rename you and close you and call you streaming and call you streaming and reopen you. Doesn't remember. Goals, checklist, post stream, preview, checklist, split down, close you, move you back over here. And you back up. Yeah. And change you. Streaming. Nope. Oh, what if it's failed? What's wrong with your... Okay, you're good. Now we open NightVsKnight streaming and change your remote to streaming. Okay. I think we're settling down. Get rid of you, close you, don't need you, you're refreshed, streaming, we're good. Back to the video, back to the video. It's cold in here. I need to turn my heater on. Computer. Office kiosk on. Computer. Office panel on. That'll warm up this room fairly soon. Video. Video. Transition between these ridiculous things. I don't need any of this stuff. I want to make my own transition. I was talking to it. Is there already a transition out there that does this? Here's the conversation that I had. How does Final Cut Pro Picture-in-Picture work? How to use it? This again is I I can get picture-in-picture to work. This is not a problem. It's really confused. It doesn't seem to like think past the first chess move here. Like I get picture-in-picture, duh. The question is, then how do you then change from one to another? I get this. I kind of get all this. Um, there's a effect. Select the clip you want to appear small. Um, and I'm curious. That's true. I can't change the width of that. So if I select, for example, a small one, this is what I want to appear small, and then I say effects, where is it? Stylize, picture in picture. That's not there. I saw it before, so add noise, halftone, photo recall. I do not see picture in picture. Reframe. Okay. If I drop that effect here, bam, it creates that. It's smaller than I want, right? Before, this transform is, doesn't really tell me how big it is. I know where it is. It's at 900, 496. So here, build in. If I turned off the transform for a second of you, turn off your transform. This is just where it is. I have a Gaussian blur, simple border. Is it because of where it is in the picture-in-picture effect? Is it leaving? It's just kind of, let me add a picture-in-picture. I might cut out again. I gotta keep monitoring that. I could move you to here so I can monitor the audio levels. If I added picture-in-picture here also, and here, and turn off the transform of you and you. I'm trying to learn how picture-in-picture effect works. Let me turn off this silly transition. Can I disable you? I can't disable you. And be right back. Oh, hey, look at that. I'm back. Um, this preview is this thumbnail, the picture-in-picture preview actually looks nothing like when you animate it. So this thumbnail right here, all I'm doing is going to pay attention to this rectangle right here. And now when I want to preview it and I swipe from left to right, oh, I didn't have focus. So this preview down to that, like this looks nothing like, this preview looks nothing like the thumbnail. I was hoping on the thumbnail it would actually make it look like that by default. Like you would think that if I take this and I drag it onto my clip, that I would get that thumbnail look in the picture, but I don't. And it gets this weird like build in, build out, center scale, build out down to scale down from full screen. But I want to animate it. It'd be cool if I could animate a full screen down to a certain point. Inset scale 100%. Okay. I don't even understand the dimensions of this thing. Reset you to 100. This is the default. That makes no sense to me. I guess I'm not all the way in. So here, if I click on you, okay. So we're going to grow to that location. We're going to shrink to that location, which that could be cool if I had something underneath it. If I had just this chain down, 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 or up, up, up. I'm not sure how scaling to you, it's going to hold there for a little bit and then give it enough time to scale down. Like this next one's a little more obvious. If I come over here, set you're a little bit longer. If I drag you in here and set you on the edge and walk you, you scale down to this point and then you hover there for the duration of that. And then you start to, and this other one's a little bigger, and I could even go a little more obvious. It'll scale down in what, a second, and then it sits here however long it needs, and that's cool. But I argue that this looks nothing like the thumbnail, the picture-in-picture thumbnail. So that's weird. And then it starts to scale away. But I want to not build it down to vanishing. I want it to come back and I want it to swap locations with something else that's zooming down. So this is going down and that's going up, and they'll eventually fade across. If I came over to OBS and I changed my transitions and I changed my move transitions to be a full 2 seconds. Watch this transition. Maybe not this specific one here. So let me do this. Bam. But watch these transitions. This is like picture-in-picture stuff here. Sort of. You're always on top. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at those transitions. This is similar to the effect that I want. I deleted a scratch and I'm wondering if I want to do this. What if I have a global, so it's probably not going to mess up too much stuff. Make a new scene. Scratch. And I should do this in studio mode. All right. Starting with a new scratch. It's a little weird that I could fix the camera dimensions there, that logic. I understand why. So if I come over here and I get left and right, copy, scratch, paste reference. Which one did I grab? Right? I grab left. Okay. They're different. I need a scratch 1, scratch 2 is what I need. So here is where things get a little weird. I can't adjust against that. I know it's 498 or something like that. It gets my point across. And then I'll move this to in front. And I'll put you up here. Let's just do it the way I want to do it. This is me brainstorming a little bit. And I take this and I copy, duplicate, scratch 2. And now I swap these and the transforms. So let me copy U transform. And then I'll copy U transform and paste. Okay, so this is me. And notice what it does there. When it reaches the halfway point, there's a pause there. And if I really exaggerated this to be like 5 seconds, halfway, bam, they swap places. And that's what I effectively want to do. And this was saying OCD in me. Alternate. But I want to do it really fast. And I want to do it in vertical tracks on this. And so what I didn't understand on the description, it's telling me obvious stuff. With the pip clip still selected, scale, adjust size, position drag, crop, corner, border, shadow. I don't understand why I'd have to do that. Left bottom. That's the inset scale outline width 20 roundedness. Here, this is what it looks like at that point. So let's let it look like that and let's give it some roundedness. Give it an outline. Let's just an outline width and outline. I do like this. I like this effect or look. And I can come up here and I can resize you. I get it. I get how it's letting me kind of do this stuff. That's cool. I can take you and put you where I want. So I get this look and I want it to be in a very specific location to cover up. See, I can't get bang bang. I have to resize you down this way. And I want to scale you out. I don't need you to be massive. I just need you to be slightly bigger than that. And opacity, the outline color, offset. That is not opaqueness 1. Um, still playing. Left bottom X, left bottom Y. Right top X, right. I mean, I could do that with you. And I just want to cover up you. But I don't want that, so I want to cover up those. It'd be sweet if I could cover up that text that is unfortunate that is there. Be nice if the outline, it's just all that stuff is like neat, but none of it's useful. None of it's really helpful to me to get that to look and then transition back out. I want it to build in and build out in the opposite direction because you're going to come back. Like, I want you to build out to full screen. Can I build out to full screen? Okay. What if that works? Build out to full screen? Will it? Will it? Will it? Will it? Oh, I didn't mean to click you. Yeah, that works. Okay. That kind of does what I wanted to do. You're not picture in picture. You are picture in picture. What if I copy you and paste you as effects? Oh, because they're going to double up on the picture in picture. You have a picture in picture. I thought I had, yeah. You have a picture in picture. You have a picture in picture. And so do you. So if I come here and I copy, and then I paste only the picture in picture. And you paste only the picture in picture. Now, we scale out, but the other one would be scaling in. So here is where we start to see what it would look like when this other one scales. Yeah, see, I want them to go at the same time. Would I put a picture in picture here? Is it these two that I would paste? Is that going to get me the look that I want? I'm using the microphone and the thing is disconnecting on me. I'm not quite sure why. But I want to invert. How to use this stupid picture-in-picture effect. So I want to start the next ones. I kind of still think there's a way I can get this to work. All right. Because when that starts to animate in, I want to start animating this one out, but I still want that one on top until it's halfway. this right here, and when it's halfway, the other one should already be animating out or on its way out, getting smaller. As this one is coming in, but then that also shows me that one, two, three, four. How to get okay. Nope. Yeah, how to Yeah, I'm pretty skeptical here, but how to do a pip swap? As in, there'll have to be the background image is video track 1, and the picture on top is video track 2, and then when video track 2, we're going to swap them out. Now the background that's video track 1 has to become video track 2, and video track 2 has to become video track 1, but there needs to be a halfway point where they meet each other and do a swap. But that doesn't seem possible because the effect is timed on the end of the clip. Not and you can't swap in the middle of a clip. So I don't quite understand how this works. Explain it to me. Requires a layer order conversion. It cannot change track order mid clip. So you must fake the layer swap using compound mid clips, not a pip preset. Right. So I don't think you can use the pip effect at all. Track 1's full screen, track 2's small pip after the swap. Track 1, not really. Oh, okay, track 2 is full screen. But they have to swap order. Can't understand the core problem right there. Okay, that's the problem. You must nest each clip in its own compound clip. This gives you 2 independent movable canvases, each with its own transform. So let me put you over here, and that works. So that I can see that. I don't really need to see audio levels too much anymore. So How to perform a pip swap. Works every time. Okay, let's see. Video A. 2 clips in the timeline overlapping for the duration of the swap. Video A, video B. To become big later, to become small later. Make each clip a compound clip. Select clip A. So let me undo all this fluff. Go back to those. I'll go back to the point of having my transitions. Delete. Delete. Transition, transition, transition. I think that's final. All right. Save, whatever. Select clip A. Now, let me go back to, now that they are here, I'm going to delete the transitions again. And let me pick a better spot. All right, so I got that. Let me zoom out. I am near the end. I want to go to where I slam the, right here. First transition, right here. All right, and this is, let me go after, this one's got this little complication. I'm going to go away from that to the next one. Which looks like it has no transition. This is just a hard cut right here. All right, so now they say select clip A. Let's start here. Zoom out. Delete you. Delete you. I'm going to try this. Clip A. Compound clip. Option G. Let's go A. CC. B. It's got the transform in it. I don't want the transform in it. So I got to untransform you. Okay, I've got my 2 clips. I wonder why this one looks like it has audio and this one looks like it doesn't have audio. Whatever. Yeah, I did it backwards. There's A and B. You want B on the bottom? Fine. Turn off the transform. ACC. Set the starting transforms. On A, set the transform to be 25%. Set position into the upper right corner. Can I just... Is there a anchor or a quick set? I guess I can just do this. I want to do it the other way around because of I have the artifact on the screen that I want to actually get rid of. So I'm going to go all the way back to that, and we're going to do this one. Let's start with you. You are BCC. You are ACC. Transform off. Okay. Transform. 25%. Okay. Let's try this one more time. This has disable. I want to see it. Only night has the thing. Okay. Let me go find that. Here we go. This. This is what I want. That's a nice long one too. All right. This V, because I went up here. Okay. You have a transform, which I don't want in you when I make the clip. So you are BCC. And you are ACC. And we'll make you 25%. And we'll shove you up here. I know it was 28%, 29%. Got rid of that and got rid of that so I can call you good. Okay. Move playhead to the swap moment. So I want it to be if it was contiguous the whole way, I may have already. Let's see. All right. I'm curious. If I made a third Thundersnake. File, new, project, Thundersnake 3. We're gonna be it's kind of a lie, but it's 2460 by what's this one? 2560 by 1440. Whatever. 30 custom Thundersnake 3 Thunder Snake 3. All right. Now, if I take my footage first and drop it into the timeline, and downstairs footage and drop it into the timeline. Disable is while I go find my hour and a half in here. Getting close.
Further in, yep.
That's fucking awesome.
Because we got to fit everyone. We got a big group with us this time.
Nope. Lift out of timeline. N, Shift S.
You'll need to be here.
Yeah, I think we could put our.
Is that it?
Yeah, yeah. When you have 10 people, it's not quite as challenging.
The main.
So an hour later, be about an hour, and this one here. It's about right here.
Looks like maybe left Alt plus R.
And then about
Door's not
I'll
open.
see if I
You
can
need that?
grab it for you.
Yeah. It's hard to get.
Okay, maybe let me here. I'll see if I can pull it out. There we go. Hang on. There we go.
Oh, there we go. That's cool.
There it is. All yours. Grab it, Kush. Right at your feet.
Oh, there it is. Cool.
Sliding around. It's not at all.
That's awesome.
All right.
okay. Got you there. That's all we need. I don't have any extra footage. The other footage was from his, so on his, I'll disable mine. Enable his. Is it just V to enable disable?
Adult unless they don't get it. As big as the Valakar.
Oh, yeah. Turn off the magnet. Zoom in. Hello, Elsie. Okay. Sure. And magnet. And magnet. Zoom. Yeah? Oh wow. Uh-huh. I'm so confused. Zoom in. All right. Delete. You did. Oh, drawing, yeah. I don't know if I can. My head might explode. It's so cute. Is it really that? Oh, that's so cute. It's gonna make me.
Daddy?
Pow. Pow. Just fix one or two things. How can you make that any better?
I need to make the scarf puffier.
Oh,
And this
yeah.
leg looks like it's like doing that because it's a little bit too long.
Okay. All right. So let me see about how. My mic's still working, yeah. And then to go back again and swap back and forth between them many times. Okay. What I don't get is if I can do it once. So let me line these up. Let me go back to lining these up now on the this part I got.
Ready as I will ever be.
All right. And then
All right. Here goes.
Ready. Hold on.
Okay, holding.
I'm excited.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay,
Night.
everybody set?
We're gonna try this.
Okay.
all right, find this where he makes it go white, right? There we go. Right there. Mark you. Mark. Okay. Actually, that doesn't really help on this one.
Can you shoot the canopy?
Yeah, give it a shot.
Yeah, I tried like five or a half
Oh,
dozen
that's
shots.
nice. What is that, an AO3?
I wouldn't waste. It's not gonna open.
Alright.
All right. Let me know when everybody's set up.
Ready.
Ready.
Okay, better way to put it. Is anyone not ready?
Ready.
Not ready.
Here we go.
Okay. And then we mark that. Those are the start of the two things where he says, okay, ready to go. But I really need to line up the doors, the door openings. And here is where I would Split them as 4 parallel tracks. Okay. Yeah. And then cut you there. Zoom. Zoom.
As big as the Valakar?
Cut the... Apply transform. Go on to you and set you to be 25%, 50%. Set you to be 50%. Set you to be 50%. And set you to be 50%. That should have been all. Minus 50, 50, 50. Why didn't you take us 50? Is that 50%? Okay. 50s. Now you are going down here. You are going up here. Oh, you're disabled is why I can't see you. You are going down here. You're disabled. You're fine. I wish it know how to dock. And then you are up here. And let's say you are 640 by 360. So you are 640 by negative 360. You are negative 640 by 360. And you are negative 640 by negative 360. Enable, enable. Okay, now I just gotta go find these parts where they line up.
Which things need the left all, which things need the right all.
Wolfie, you want to come a little bit closer?
Yeah, I did.
The audio is currently throwing me off a little bit. I just need to find the visual at the moment. I'll bring them back later. I could just turn off the sound. I could do that. Instead of that, I just hit S to turn off the sound. I think that's right.
I guess that's
No. S does skimming. Shift S. But I also just want to deafen it. Or was I just mute all the audio is what I did.
Headphones, right? On any
Modify. There's no hardcore for silence. Enhance match audio. Apply frames. Fade in and out. View. Clip. Mark. Window. Trim. Edit. That's a way to just turn off the audio. They can do it this way. So on the upper Hello. Ask mom, have you done everything?
Yes, I have to.
You've done everything.
I even breathed in air.
Um. Um.
Let's keep raw oats. Let's keep raw oats.
Why isn't it skimming? Is everything put away?
But I'm on my way to get Mom better than bouillon and put this away. So yes, technically everything has been cooked.
Phone.
Madeline, can you turn it on if it needs signing in? Can you bring it down to Dad? The phone. Yeah. Thank you.
None of my skimming.
Just for me.
Not sure why my skimming stopped. When I have skimming up here. Yeah. It's not on. Nah. I'm gonna close this and reopen it because I don't know why skimming. Skimming set. I can see it toggle on and off with S, but I see Shift S and SS, but I don't see my mouse moving. So I'm gonna quit. getting there. Mm-hmm. That was the store. Closing the store. A lot of stuff in the... Yeah, the Razor Crest, right. It's closed and launched. Oh, I've got this sitting here. I don't need you. Well, that's lovely. Wow. That's cool. Let's try Final Cut again. There's stuff. I don't hear audio because there is no, I've zeroed all the audio. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So, that's what I want. I don't want magnet. It's called magnet. Snapping. I am looking for the door opening on you. There it is. Okay, you, M, you, I'm looking for the magnet, door opening on you. It's right in that scene swap there. Forget where it is. Because I can see the door already moving right there. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And then this I can line up to turn on the snapping. So now at least we've got two going. I'll be right back. All right, so that was basically it's dinner time, and I gotta stop this because I've been streaming for way too long here. But where I am at right now is kind of starting a Thunder Snake 3 and seeing, got to line up all the videos and everything, and maybe I'll stream this later on as I edit this, sort of the making of Thunder Snake, like anybody cares. It's just a bunch of lineup and where's my mouse here? And then I just go find the best clips, but I already know where most of the best clips are, so it's not such a big deal. I just have to line them up and get everything synced up, and then from there I'm going to try to follow along with ChatGPT's teaching me how to swap. And I guess I get that as a combination of composite clips and transforms. And I've never done vertical composites before, is another thing. Talking with ChatGPT, they said there were vertical composites. I've only ever done horizontal composites. I've never done vertical composites. So I'm pretty new at Final Cut Pro, pretty amateur. But I am going to end the stream. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. And I should have a button to set the camera. That's what I should have. There we go. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Bye.
I'm NightVs's motherfucking night, bitch.
Let's turn off that. Yep, because everything's global. Everything's global. Bye. Everything's global right now. Later. Still streaming. Still streaming.